Welcome, everybody. Alrighty. As usual, I think everyone knows what's up with Book of Hours by now, so let's jump right to it. Alrighty. Where were we last time? Sacra Solis Invicti, Clouds, Sacra Limie. We haven't done a salon this season, so we should start preparing for that as well. Alright. As I recall, we could follow up on the Erikapian and uh, the Moors are related thing at this point. So probably one more salon with basically the same people, and then we can take a break and do other people for a while. That would be, I believe it's Orso, both Moors, and then this time we'll bring along the Keels, I think. So, I remember last time we made a stuffed golden marrow and a Cornish honey cake. And I believe we also had magnificent roast beef. Some of those things we can still use because they're useful. So, bowl, dough. That'll be for the honey cake. We could also make King's Luck pie. But I like the stuffed golden marrow, I'll say. Let's see. Golden marrow plus Knife. Stuffed marrow. Prepping for more cooking. Down here, we can cook our third dish, which has to be something Corso would like. Corso likes rail things. Honestly, most things we can make are grail. Oh, that's neat. I didn't know that when you use Lambig Broceliande and pour it out, it always comes out in a chalice. That's fun. Ah! And we get another golden marrow. Yeah, it looks like stuffed golden marrows are honestly a really good source of easy lantern food. Okay, never mind. I just accidentally ate a sack of vegetables. That's not what I meant to do. Okay. We've got Sacre Limier lessons. As I recall last time... Right, we changed up what we were doing for Hyksos. We have, Sorry, not Hyksos. Scolicosophy. We've got Serpents and Venoms. That's our level 9 Scolicosophy. Pentiments and Precursors was going to be our level 8. I think I ultimately decided we were putting Rhyme and Remembrance elsewhere. Yeah, Rhyme and Remembrance is going in Bird Song. So... Or no, sorry. 8 was Locks and Clockwork, 7 was Pentiments and Precursors. What did we make 6? I think it was Ragged Crossroads, actually. Or we could do Putrefaction's Calcinations. Putrefactions and Calcinations could go into Ithistry for more whist, but we don't really need that. You know, Ragged Crossroads could also go into Illumination. Which, Lunar Edge. Either way, we can't use any of these. Are all of our languages committed at this point? Not quite. Aracapian still needs to be committed. As does Vac. As is Crack Track. We never committed Crack Track, apparently. Track. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna put Crack Track in Illumination 5, I think. Okay. Rugian Diaries. Skeleton Songs. Doesn't Solace give us Sky? I think so, yeah. It's been a while since I used Solace for something. Let's reread the Gemini app. And a fourth sky. Probably just go with Singlefoot songs. I should use Frost here. Shout. So that should get Sacre Lumiere up there. Got Relation. Bittersweet Certainty. And I think that also... Yeah, Foresight has Lantern. Didn't mean to do that with the veggies, but I do mean to do this. Hello, Lord Monday. down. Arrow. A small plaque reads, Monday Endowment with Gratitude. Aw, nice. And golden arrow for the first course. Add egg for cake batter. Should probably also be spending time with Beastie. There's that one. Perfect, we got honey. This one more time. Like the keels up to Hush House. Mr. Keel is clearly excited and remains courteous. Mrs. Keel is courteous and may be excited. As ever, it's difficult to tell. And they sent us a pale marrow. Lovely. We've had a lot of marrows recently. In Bran Krug, they take marrows seriously. This is a marrow redolent of sorrow.
Do I good?
Hi, 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 hi.
Wah wah wah.
Wah, wah, wah. Welcome in, Aurora.
I cannot hear a single thing.
Oh dear. Hello, hello?
Because I have it set up to the wrong thing.
Oh, I see. Okay, good. I am coming through on the stream, it looks like. That's good.
Alright, that's good. And microphone set up. There. Do I sound good now?
Yes, yes, you do.
Alright, I can hear you now.
Excellent. Alrighty. Got Sakura Limier done. And an egg. And now we should make sure that Terrence is less resentful of us. Oh, be quiet. I just took an egg. Here's your vegetables. This one I identify as potatoes. Spectacular.
Now I have to set up my Twitch again.
Cake batter plus honey makes a Cornish honey cake. Lovely. Now we've got marinated roast beef. Meanwhile, start setting up the invitations. I add Inks of Revelation and a typewriter. We can pretty much rapid fire invite everyone we need to. Potatoes! Spectacular. Add the potatoes with the drippings that we just made by roasting the beef. Cook with pride. Actually, no. Cook with the part of our pride that's been, I still honestly don't know what it means to get Weston Gryered, but apparently it makes me very, very woodsy. And there we go. Magnificent roast potatoes should be cooking. Use my last health on getting even more veggies for the stew pot. Ah! Abandoned packages! Wonderful. What is in here? Ava's locks from the ocean. That's the, unfortunately, not particularly useful for us. The other two should be finishing up momentarily. Alright, there's Arthur. Now Corso. A gull's egg! And more locks. Okay. was something I was able to do with plants. There's probably not a good place. Frozen winter. Well, right. Okay. It's probably best to just toss these back into the ocean when I need to get loss. And I'll put them in various places around the prison. I should start doing something about the moon in general. Right. The cages are good for hatching eggs into things. could use Serpents and Venoms with Clouds and Trist. Add that Gull's Egg that I got. And that makes a Stimpfling. Which is neat, but we already have one. Not quite enough. Trying to just figure out what to do with this last bit of moon that I have access to. Yeah, sure, I'll turn a Midnight Bark into a Wormwood Dream. So's Invitation. And now for Douglas. And what the heck? Let's invite Olympe too. We'll have to cook one more thing, but that should be fine. Olympe likes forge, so she should be happy with basically what we've already got on offer. Cake. Oh. Ah. All right, Aurora. Go eat. Salad there. Ah, warmly colored yarns. Lovely. All right. There we go. Magnificent roast potatoes. Okay, drinks. Drinks. Where did I leave the Assam? Pretty sure I have more than just this. That reminds me, actually. Gotta order some more Assam. Liquid Dream. Check. Okay, order forms ready. Sorry to bother you so late, Madam Postmistress, but I have some post. Okay. There's the Cater and Hero form. Full of invitations. Oh, hello, Cranial Tchotchke. Another one of these, huh? You know, I've never understood why the Cranial Tchotchke doesn't count as a remains item. Like, I guess it's so that you can't feed it to things, but I don't know. Alright, that amount of second flush Assam should be enough for the Moors. Glass of Armagnac d'Is for Corso. Got the good stuff this time. I know there's somewhere in here. There it is. Spare cup of Dawn Lion. That's for Madame Bechet. And I'll put out a chalice of lambing. There we go, we got everything coming in. And... second Pashasam should be almost ready. Grapes. Where the heck am I putting this skull? I've got so many of these things. It goes here. Rural Contemplations probably needs a bit more. Especially if, as I planned, we're gonna go ahead and put... or no, Ericopian. That's easy enough. I could probably go into Hushery. Yeah, Sacre Limier was going into Horamakistry. Check it in Hushery, too. The hours are not eternal. The sun in splendor was riven and cast down. If we mortals so desire, we might prevent his return. Understand Hushery and you understand endings. The hours are not all-powerful. There is a place beyond their reach where mortals and immortals might build a shining city of iron and ivory. Horamachists understand the hour's limits. Bunch of stuff goes into Ithistry, potentially. Successor and any force. We got plenty to choose from. Chandler's Wish. About 15 seconds difference. You know what? I'm willing to take the bet that we don't need that extra shaft. Salons really don't seem to spam the same thing over and over. Wait, no, I can't get Ericopy in here. Ah, fuck. Okay. Alright, the guests are here. Bingo. Okay. Heals. Madame Bachet, Corso, Douglas, Arthur. Shapt. Say something witty. Douglas and Corso discuss the nuances of the differences in the received and sanctioned versions of the Book of Suns. Once Corso's got over his surprise at Douglas's interests. No one ever bleedin' believes I got a bleedin' scholarship, Douglas grumbles. I'm so sorry, Douglas. You just have noir detective energy. I'm sorry. No one thinks of you as a bookish person.
I've been muted.
Huh? What? Hello?
I've been muted.
Yes, you have. I thought that was on purpose.
It was, but I forgot.
I see. That'll... I should also, at this point... Auroral Contemplations? Oh no, come on. Of course it's Edge. 1 second.
I'm going to try to stay awake until it's a reasonable time to be sleeping. Say around 10. So that I can hopefully fix my sleep schedule.
Okay. I will try to be as interesting as possible, but this isn't a particularly, dopamine, fucking with game. It's very slow, so no promises. Douglas warns Olympe darkly of the dangers of knitting before sleep and the paths it can open in the wood. Yes, I knit. Gentlemen can knit. Douglas, I'm so sorry. Everyone thinks so little of you. For context, Aurora, Douglas Moore is a character that in the previous game, Cultist Simulator, wasn't even named. He was just the weary detective. The only way you found out that his name was Douglas is if you were able to convert him to your cult, at which point he would actually be named as Douglas. Obviously that's not canon, because here he is not in a cult. But, we finally did get a full name for him, Douglas Moore. He's graduated from just regular detective to actual member of the Suppression Bureau. And part of the bit with him all the time is that everyone just thinks of him as random detective, when he's actually quite a cultured person.
Mm.
Anyway, let's see here. Well, encircling Tantra for fear. And let's use Exorcist's Field Manual for a contradiction. Oh, 2. Good old Douglas, a sophisticated family man having to deal with aspirants trying to do occult magic. He just wants to read his papers. There's a line from The Affair of the Particular Mystique from Douglas explicitly says that he really wishes he didn't have to know what the crime of the sky was. If you're not familiar, The Crime of the Sky is a very oblique reference to the myth of Saturn in Greek mythology. Normally I wouldn't use the Roman name, but honestly, I actually don't remember the Greek name of the Greek names of most of the Titans. Anyway, it's the one who ate his kids. Immortals in the Cultist Simulator universe aren't supposed to have children because they get an overwhelming urge to eat them. And that's the crime of the sky.
One sec. Was it Thanatos?
I don't think it was Thanatos. Hold on a second.
No, that's the Greek personification of death. Titan who ate his children. Cronus.
Cronus, that's the one.
Cronus.
Yeah, of course it's Cronus.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little bit... My names are a little bit shaky on the Titans, really. But yeah. That's the one. It's a whole thing in this game. Yeah, those are both going. Alright, who's next? Lost card. Douglas is commissioning a very particular coffin from Mr. Keel. Lightning-struck wood, copper bands, which Mr. Keel says doubtfully that he hopes Denzel can do, and the whole not to be allowed to touch the earth before Douglas takes delivery. Interesting. What are you up to, Douglas? I mean, I suppose that obviously this is what you want to be buried in, but why these materials? Wood that's been struck by lightning, copper bands, and not allowed to touch the ground at any point before Douglas is dead and in the coffin. That is an odd commission. I'm gonna be real. I think Douglas might know something that I don't.
Time to eat my food and then play my VR so that I can survive not sleeping yet.
Alright, have fun.
Yeah. Have fun playing your game.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Arab is next. Sounds like ties to Lantern the Forge and an avoidance of scalar nectar. Yeah, interesting. Olympe is interested in a Ramsand-inscribed altar to the beach crow that Arthur found in a cliff grotto near Trebizond. He sketches some of the signs for her. Ah, Ramsand lesson. Next up is Arab again. Douglas greets Arthur with a handshake and an uncle. Arthur addresses him smilingly as young Dougie. Then both men hesitate, clearly grappling with the reminder that Douglas looks 20 years older than Arthur. When he next speaks, Douglas's voice cracks just for a moment. Then they spend the rest of the evening talking very practically about Edgelong. Aw, that's cute! Oh, I am so glad that they know their family now. It's a funny bit. Like, of course, they're trying to act more like stereotypical family. You know, Uncle and young Dougie. And then they realize, oh god, we're not going to have that kind of relationship. And then they just go right back to how they were. God, that's so cute. I love them. Tryst. Arthur and Olympe debate the hypothetical city unbuilt, the dwelling place of perfect balance. Olympe suggests it might be achievable in the Moon Marches, or even the House of the Moon. Arthur believes it's better as an unachievable ideal, especially since the Menescape, the Hour of Perfect Balance, is one of the trio of Chancel Hours, and the other two might prefer to limit her power by forbidding the city. Oh, interesting. Okay. The city unbuilt and the House of the Moon. I'm assuming that the moon marches are probably the House of the Moon's equivalent of the wood. Or the bounds, or something like that. A handwritten card tucked into the frame reads, Sequester on Site, GC. Governor Collars was trying to imprison Lady Tryphon. Good fucking luck, dude. You couldn't even imprison Fissifer. What makes you think you could hit Lady Tryphon? I mean, okay, Fissifer's probably stronger than Lady Tryphon objectively, but come on. Lady Tryphon's been around since the first history, as far as we can tell. He did succeed for a bit, so he was probably pretty confident he could. I'm giving Governor Collars no credit. I don't like him. All different lessons for once. That doesn't happen as often, I've noticed. Decent spread here. Got a drink. Yes. Okay. Edge. Excellent. So, Aurora Contemplations. Sacra Solis Invicti. Sight, loss, contradiction, fear, and Faust. And Revelation. There we go. Now, what do we got cooking? We were cooking. Alright, Bittersweet Certainty. That's going to be some lantern. Lightning Inkwell. Shadows Wish. And one more lantern. This gives me lantern. I suppose that no, Purifications and Exaltations want sky as well. That's easy. Purifications, Exaltations with Sacrilineae and all this nonsense. All right. That's everything from before the salon and the first section of the salon all done on the day of the salon. All right. day. I think that alright, I can get Magaphine Mysteries up a little bit. But do I need to? I'm not certain. Stitchings and Bindings is probably better. Which means I'll need 2 more heart things. One of those heart things can be Apollo and Marsyas. Another can be the world display. Let's go with. That should make 3. As for Vac, I want to get Vac up to 4. Knock or Rose. That shouldn't be too hard. $108. Book of the Centipede. And anything with a pattern. Relations of Limentinus. Honestly, not much I can do with Moth at this point. Weaving and not working, I guess, for the Ramsden lesson. Rugin Diaries. Not a lot, honestly. I'll just replay DMC5. Okay. So, doing stitching and binding with heart. Stitching binding with the weaving and not working lesson. 3. And then I use 4. And we should be good now. Lots going on. Ramsond on weaving not working. Ah, Base! Hello! Welcome! How are you doing tonight? Meowdy. Right, I can cross roads. So. Let's go with fear. And a contradiction. Third one, I'm going to be simple and just toss Ava's locks into the ocean yet again. Learn anything fun? Well, Douglas was interesting in a salon. He was, I had him have, I put him on a salon with with the Keels, and he commissioned a coffin from Mr. Keel. He wants, lightning-struck wood, copper bands, which, Mr. Keel kind of sheepishly said he hopes Denzel can take care of that. And he wants his coffin to have never touched the ground before he's put in it. I don't know what that could imply, but it's interesting and makes me think, like, Douglas knows something we don't. Also, there were two straight-up instances of Douglas grumbling about how no one expects him to know things or to do certain things because he's a gentleman. Specifically, he's surprised that no one believes that he has a scholarship and, like, knows stuff and is interested in, like, scholarly works. And also, he warns Madame Bechet of the dangers of knitting before bed, and then grumbles that there's no rule saying that a gentleman can't knit. Douglas is putting a percussive Westie in it. Oh, is the coffin for a percussigant? That might be interesting. I assumed it was for himself, but because the implication, it mentioned that it didn't want it touching the ground before he was in it, but, huh. Maybe it is for something else. Toop commented that it might be a case of, like, lightning struck wood and copper bands seems to indicate a connection to lantern and forge, whereas not touching the earth means that he's trying to get away from any instances of scalar nectar, which makes a certain amount of sense. But I don't know why is the thing. Seems like a way to keep something in the ground once and finally. Possibly... Oh, possibly he's worried about being raised after death as a corpse. That would make sense. Knowing Douglas, you know, he's seen a lot of shit in his job, and I don't think he, you know, like being someone else's summoned thrall, so he might be taking steps to prevent that. Whatever it is, it's to prevent his body from being disturbed. Yeah, exactly.
My headset died.
Oh no! I'm sorry, Aurora.
It's not your fault. What are you sorry for?
That's a nice sentiment, but I know what I did.
You drained the battery so that I could talk to you.
Yeah.
In my new dress.
It does seem like an
The
awful
reason I'm in my new dress is because I'm so warm.
Makes sense, yeah.
Rice's ranch tastes interesting, honestly.
No, wait. I don't want to use that one. What else can make a bittersweet certainty? Snow stories can. Good. And Exorcist's field manual. Yeah. Excited for the new season. Oh, new season of what? Oh, no, literally the new season. I see. I might be a little bit stupid.
We all a little bit stupid, though.
Probably. There's
I know
loss.
I'm stupid today.
What is this vegetable? This is... Let's go with marrow again. I'll see your son. An acrid marrow. This is not a marrow conducive to harmony. And fear. Now... Yeah. And yeah, that's everything from the salon done. This was an easy one this time. I had places to put everything. Ragged Crossroads is now up to 5, so might be able to actually do something more with it soon. Okay, so for next season's salon, what should we do? Let's start planning now. I'm done with inviting lantern people for a while because my storage of Second Flush Assam has run real low. Themed salon. Alright. Let's see. Unfortunately, looking at it, right, it's not all that possible to get, like, a entire salon full of people. Or wait, no, it might be. Hold on, it might be. Let's say I were to run a... like an edge-themed salon. I won't be able to do edge because there's only 2 people that I enjoy putting Bran Krug through the Alakite conference. Oh, I love that. That would be okay. Daymare, Margot Machitine. I think those are the only Alakites that you can invite in this game. Okay. All right. I've got a stupid idea. I'm going to create one. I'm going to create. Let's call it the. Let's just try to create one of the most awkward salons possible. Everyone is going to be either on edge or dead inside. And just see what happens. So we're going to be inviting. In terms of the Brandkrug visitors, we can either go with Denzel or the Keels. Timothy is too animated for this. I think Denzel might be our pick, but also he's our buddy, and I don't want to put him through that. I mean, I suppose they're all friends. Well, why don't I let chat decide who the visitors, the Brandkrug villager is going to be after I explain the rest of the guest list, okay? We're grabbing Azita Bukata, Lala Haima, Zachary Wakefield, and Yvette Southey. Bring Denzel, got it. Denzel's got the forge for them, he'll be fine. Plus no guest would harm another in the library. Also, Zach and the Keels. Good friends, soon to be client. Oh, please hide, wait, and stretch, Miss Streamer. Alright, thank you, Lilin. Ah, long steak. Ah. You know, it's funny. Back before I had this new computer, I was streaming from my couch, so I was actually lying reclined for most of the time. And I didn't need to stretch nearly as much. So I always thought the stretch thing was a little bit like, you know, this is nice and it's probably good for me, but it's not really doing anything. But now that I'm actually sitting in a chair, it's different. The stretches are actually much more appreciated. Alright, hydrate.
Managing snake, 2 coiled up snake.
Yeah. Yeah. Ah. Alrighty. Alrighty. So. In terms of the main course, there's only one option. Jugged pheasant. Potatoes. Okay, potatoes. Drippings. Knife. And there's our side dish. So we've got a main course going, a side dish going. I've got plans for pudding. And as for the first course, we can do whatever we like. I don't just want to do egg, so... Ah, grape salad. Grape salad's perfect. Ah! Here's my delivery from Catering Hero. Oh, wait, maybe I can't. Right, I forgot about spicing. No, okay, it can't be with pickled mushrooms. The jugged pheasant. Game chips. Long before fish and chips, these went crunchily with game. Ideally, you'd want bread sauce and breadcrumbs to complete the ensemble, but honestly, it's hard enough not to just stuff these directly into your mouth. Main course, jugged pheasant, side dish, game chips.
I just realized I had a dream about this. What the fuck?
You having prophetic dreams again?
Yeah.
Cool.
And it's the exact same as what I'm typing right now in your server.
Ah.
About the canon Medusa Yuri.
I like to imagine folks understanding the true meaning of silence while they watch Zach eat mushroom meringue. Ah, God. Okay.
Hudson is ready. And I can set it up so that it is good for Monday, I assume.
Yeah. Hopefully it's going to be Monday. Otherwise, we'll figure something else out. Also, one second.
Yeah. I have no idea why it's taking so long for Tabletop Sim to load. There. Releasing gone since this module is not the best. Yep, frame rate. There. There, that should be good. And to check for a different game I want to play.
Right. Particular Mystique should wrap up just about now because we headed the whole thing off by calling everyone to come in and finish it early. Mushroom Meringue, what in the Wolf Divided's most splintered name hath here been wrought? Yeah, me too.
I'm going to focus on the Yuri you just sent. Well, about 5.5 minutes. Maybe a little more, depending on how Yuri full it is.
I don't know how much of it is the actual ending, but anyway. Anything that goes through my my headphones is going to come out in the stream, so I didn't actually open it. Anyway. Alright. And we should have one more dish. We have first course grape salad. Side dish game tips. Main dish jugged pheasant. Pudding is mushroom meringue. And what else could it use? Fuck it. You know what? No. Not pickled mushrooms. Not quite. I am not done doing dubious culinary experiments. I'm going to take some pilchards and pickle them in lambig Brasilian. Because the hours are dead and we have killed them. Connie, hi. Right. Like moon. Oh. I forgot that you have to do it. I always forget this when it comes to general consultations. Come on, Connie. You can't even read Phrygian? Fine, have an Exorcist's Field Manual. Wait, hold on. Give me a second here. I'm gonna try something. Oh hey, pilchards! Well, that's a lot of instances of the lost memory.
Very Yuri-ful.
Okay.
Possessive Yuri, actually.
Anyway.
Things happen.
Let's see.
What all has transpired since I was away?
I'm doing a little bit of a test, and I'm also going to, okay. I think this is where we break out the Schlossianings. Two glasses. And a third. And then Zachary will want something winterish, which, well, um, It's just gonna be in a jar on the table. I hope Zachary enjoys drinking morphine. And, last one. Denzel will drink anything, but, let's at least give him something slightly suited to him. Hopefully I have some lying around. Yeah, obviously Zach loves a good morphine. Yeah, of course he does. What did I expect? Here. Denzel can have my last cup of Lapsang Souchong. Oh, there's the Dawn Line coffee I was looking for. Oh well. Okay, that does work. Huh. Oh, Connie wasn't actually in my book. I was wondering who was missing. Okay. So, Haima and Azita are both gonna need edge. Zachary wants winter, Yvette wants moon. Get if you have it. God damn it. Zachary's letter is written in Arakapi. Okay. And... Hi, Denzel. You are invited up to Hush House. He'll see me is better, but I suppose he wants clarity. Oh, hey, thank you for the pheasant. Holy shit, Denzel. Another golden marrow. Nice. Okay, we should probably do something with the sunny day before it goes away. Do I have any lantern books left? I don't think so. I'll make some ashertine just for fun. Technically, don't even need a sunny day to do that, but... can't marinate a pheasant, apparently. I'll just roast it. Yeah. Got a salon all set up. Yvette Zach interaction, hopefully. Okay. I could see that being interesting. Spices and savors. Sea blessed pears. King's Luck pie. It'll be good to have that in our back pocket. Zita? Oh, it's a foggy day. Interesting. So a thing I actually found a chart that, as it turns out, the skills that, elements of the soul that the salon asks for are dependent on the visitors. So, okay. Dr. Southey can ask for Faust and Trist. Lalahaima for Metal and Fat. Azita Bukhara, Metal and Arab. And Zachary Wakefield, Tristan West. So, no one here wants Core or Shaft. Though, Denzel, things might be different. By attempting to make it awkward, you made the conversation esoteric and philosophical. Fair enough, fair enough. I did say I wanted to see what would happen. I actually don't want my guests to be unhappy. I just was wondering what would result from this. Right. In the meantime. Why have I not read The Raptures of Forcules yet? I should get on that. Especially since I can pretty much just do it. Yeah, I think actually, if I just, Lockworks and Clockworks, Raptures of Forcules, Yeah, 9's enough. Okay. Nixabolics wants Moon. So, okay. Our best Moon is easily Serpents and Venom, so that's 9 to start off with. 12 with Fog. 13 with Trist. I've got several persistent memories here that'll help. This is a case where I can actually use Catwink here. Not sure how I'm reading using ink, but this will help get me even closer. Careful of what the salon needs. No worries, I've got it. Oh, I see what you mean. So, because Trist, right? Well, let's see if I can't get myself another Trist. I think there was probably some way to do it. That's fast. Yeah. Hopefully that won't come back to bite me. Right, it's Hushery and Birdsong. Okay. Yes, okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. Vac. Actually, I'll save Vac. Let's see if I can put it somewhere else. Path and Pilgrim is going into Birdsong. Actually, what else can I do with birdsong? It's like everything I put into that particular slot of birdsong seems to give me core. So I might as well put in I want Path and Pilgrim to go somewhere down the line on that because I definitely want something that's got more rows. So let's put in Weaving and Not Working into Birdsong. Cut a thread and the tapestry remains. Birdsong follows the thread. Versus, what if I put it into the Bosque? Cut a thread and the tapestry must be healed. Bosque renews the weave. No, but that other one makes more sense for... Yeah, no, that other one makes much more sense when it specifically comes to the Executioner. What about Hushery? What if we got under Hushery? Could put in Ornoscopy. Ooh, Snow Stories has more of those poems. Hold on. That might be something for later. I know I should just let it go, but... You know what? It's probably fine to just put Arakopian into Hushery 3, even though I've already skipped over it. I'm not going to go too crazy on putting lessons into languages. There's an extra tryst. A great and golden king held the only key to his deepest prison cell. One day he gave the key to his minister and offered him a choice, to submit to execution or to visit the cell and tell him what he found there. The minister made the wiser choice, and returned to show the king what he had found in the cell. A mirror. Then I release you, the king declared. The minister left the palace that same day. His reflection, of course, said nothing at all. I see. What if we had put Erikapian in Illumination? There is a story told by students of light that a great and golden king held the only key to his deepest prison cell. One day he asked his minister to make 8 copies and distribute them among the people. But sire, the minister said, if a rebel contrives to enter our palace, might they not release their confederates? They might, answered the king, but all kingdoms fall, and one day I might myself seek release from that cell. Ooh, smart. Minister a lantern in darkness allegory? Interesting, yeah. Anyway, I feel much safer now, so... Made some ashertine just for the hell of it, like I said I would. The great pie of power once again! God, this thing's massive. Duende, soul, furniture. We got it. Hush House went broke because Thyrsa spent all the money making pies. Yep, that's exactly it. Okay, Oh, plenty of moon furniture. Knighted chair. Bingo. There we go. Sit in the knighted chair. Bingo. Okay. Denzel. Yvette. Lala. Azita. Actually, hold on. There we go. Wonderful lunch for you all. I'm also going to take a moment to store my whist. Nyxabolics, a grim treatise on those feasts that occur, those feasts that are not to be witnessed. The Alakites, who feasted on their children and became monsters. The dragonkinds among the Carapace Cross, who feasted on our flesh and became monsters. The Calvites, who drank of Echidna's bounty and became monsters. Interesting. Nowhere has feasts like the Mansus. Marinette, the Lygian, so young, so hungry, all her children cannot slake her thirst. When Moth rose, another held the flaying key, but at the Grail's bidding did Marinette consume that she. Oh, shit! Marinette straight up ate another Alakite. Fear and Wolf Stories. Eret? Oranges and the dragon kind that eats our flesh. I think that might be where worms come from. Think about it, right? The only hour that we know of that has explicitly not just died, but then its corpse was left behind. Like, okay, the gods from stone are also dead. But all of them were basically in a state where they couldn't be eaten by anything. Definitely not explained in the Feast Newman. We have that one, right? Hold on. What did it say? Yeah, it was the writing on the wall. Irresistible feast. Yes, okay. It was hunger that made worms of dragons when they consumed the corpses of ours. Without the savor secret of the carapace, their hunger would not have been sufficient. In certain histories, that savor secret still has power. Aha! We got something! So, Nyxabolics says that the dragonkinds among the Carapace Cross feasted on our flesh and became monsters. And then, Irresistible Feast says, it was hunger that made worms of dragons. So the dragons of the Carapace Cross were made into worms when they consumed the corpses of ours, and that had to have been the Sun and Splendor, right? Ah, hi, Bumpy. I think that's the worms. Like, I think that it's gotta be... So, I've always felt this way. I've always assumed that the way worms came about, right, is that Sun and Splendor is killed in the Intercalate, and his corpse falls down into nowhere. We know it has to be the Sun and Splendor, because no one else has the chance to do this. The tide was swallowed by the Grail, so there wasn't anything left. The Seven-Coiled just ends up with a bunch of blood left over, and that blood creates the Mother of Ants, but it doesn't have a corpse left behind. The Egg Unhatching goes up to the Glory. The Wheel is... well, the Wheel's still around. It still turns in the House of the Moon. And the Horned Axe is still alive. And the Flint is subverted and shattered by the Forge, which, that doesn't sound like there's much left. And it doesn't even really sound like the Flint had a corpse to eat in the first place. But the sun and splendor, that just fell down into nowhere, most likely, and I always felt, that the worms are just literal worms feasting on the sun's corpse, but when you have worms in the corpse of God, they're going to become reality parasites. And now we know that the original things that feasted on the sun's corpse were the dragon carapace. Dragon-kind carapace. And, hold on. Yeah, so some of the Carapace Cross ate the sun. Oh, also, first volume of Abbot Jeffrey's Hypothetical Theological Debates in the Socratic Mode. It's a pattern book. If Janus were an hour, Forcules might be counted among his names, but that door remains closed, and so Forculus is not. Jeffrey discusses the signs that mark doors, which might permit or forbid access to certain thoughts and dreams, speculating carefully on which of the sanctioned hours might teach or govern each sign. The sun is good eatin'. Also nowhere hours that feast in times unsanctioned by hours. Hell yeah. Yvette asks Azita about the edge dyad Torg and Deerday, with whom she has been known to go drinking every century or two. Yvette mentions casually that she's always had a bit of a pash on Deerday. Azita's eyes glitter. Have you now? Okay, what's a pash? Posh? Okay, it's pash. Short for passion. Yvette has a crush on Deerday. Oh, that's good. Yvette knows what she likes too. Azita and Zachary discuss how to maintain a delicate balance in the occult or the personal, and also how to dispose of corpses. Incredible. Okay, pattern. Stolen secret. Rail. Rose of Nuriel. And sacrifice one shaft for skeletons. Wait, shit. Completely wrong. I'll have to get back to that. Whist. There we go. Yvette questions Haima about the motives and credibility of Little Sophia, the monster hunting and specifically worm hunting author of Oblations in Iron. Haima is non-committal, but very clear that she herself tries not to hunt worms. Inks of containment. Trist. And this whist is back. Azita describes skirmishes with bandits and customs guards along the roads of the east. Denzel sits with his arms folded, nodding occasionally. Oh my god, I hope Denzel's okay. Sober tone. Right, it was, Rose instead. Centipede. It's alright, if he learns too much, Calyptra will erase it from his memory once he leaves. Fair, I guess. Haima and Zachary discuss regrets, one hunter to another. There's Ragged Crossroads. Faust. It seems that Denzel and Zachary know each other from the time that Zachary spent recuperating in Brankrug after the Great War. They speak of the paths they have not taken. Denzel has never married, nor been further south than Ypres. Zachary has not touched a gun since the war, nor ever returned to the place of his birth. Huh. Right, I can start doing things again properly. Whist plus Snow Stories is a bittersweet certainty. Along with the memory loss. Need 3 more. And that's in Winter or Edge. If Zack ever visits home, he gets too much heart aspect and dies, I think. uh, that's sad. Heart attack, you could say. I could say that. But I won't. Because I respect all of you. Okay. Loss, bittersweet certainty, fear, contradiction, salt. That should be good. That satisfaction is going to be replaced, so might as well just not bother with it. Wait, shit, I fucking did it again because I'm stupid. Okay, luckily I can save it. Back. And specifically these things. Whew. Well, we all had a lot of fun chatting and watching Zachary eat a mushroom meringue with everyone else just kind of looking in horrified fascination. Sad no Yvette Zach interaction. Oh well. Ragged Crossroads. Ragged Crossroads. No, actually. No, it comes out to about the same thing. Either way I do it. Yeah, I'll do it just with itself. So that's going to come up in a moment. Or no, it's come up. Okay. I get Crossroads. There's that one. Then I toss more seaweed back in the ocean. Yeah. Now Inks of Containment with itself. There we go. Okay. Oh, hello. Dehoris Book 1. Nice. Okay. Now, Ragged Crossroads is going into Skolakosophy. Its other possibility is Illumination. Every regret is a lesson. We cannot change what is past, but neither should we wish to. Regret is illumination. Every regret is a threshold, and every threshold can be crossed in both directions. A Skolakosovist knows that no threshold need remain inviolate. Of the Lygian Medusa, it has been said, she might be the oldest of her kind still living, and she is dead. Synergists might interpret this thus: she is the oldest of the shared names of the twins, the hours we call sister and witch, witch and sister. Of the Lygian Medusa, it has been said, she might be the oldest of her kind still living, and she is dead. Skolakosovists might interpret this thus: she is the oldest of the Seglas kind, which is to say of a carapace lineage famed for the breadth of their wisdom and the complexity of their teeth. Those hours share names? Yeah, that makes a certain amount of sense to me. Those are two... The twins are basically one, despite being two. The clocksmith's first duty. When the time comes, the device should speak its purpose. Those names might be Lygians. Since the sun was sundered, noon is not as it was. Perhaps if we found the true hour of noon, we'd know how the sun might return. Ithistry might give us that answer. The locksmith's first duty. A key for every lock and a lock for every key. If a key were an hour, what lock would it open? Skolakosophy might hold the answer. In the dawn times, the sun was lower, so we gave it our blood. From our blood it knew us, and so it was kinder. Its serpents brought us its poisons to drink, and so we died. But we only died a little, and so we dreamed, and returned the next day to give it our blood again. Those times of peace persist in the lessons of hushery. In the dawn times, the sun was lower, so we gave it our blood. From our blood it knew us, and so it was kinder. But those days are long gone. If we were foolish enough to find the first sun and give it our blood again, it would devour us. If we fed it the blood of our enemies, of course, it might devour them. This is the kind of thing you hear from Skolakosovists. We have a ridiculous amount of shaft now. Was there winter and darkness in the Carapace Cross, or just wounds? Hmm. Wait, does this work? This can't possibly work, can it? Hold on a second. Snecko Soul, yes. Ruby-wise ruin. Fusine. That'll be readable in a moment. What if, hypothetically, I was a killer, Bella? Therefore, it stands to reason I'm a creature of the night. And as anyone can obviously see, you are a human, Bella. Now, I'm not into segregation, but... Why? For what purpose would you say such a thing? Now that we've finished out our work on Skolakosophy, back Gonna go into bird song. Something not commonly understood. Without Vac, the exception, there could be no Calyptra, the law. Vac is in this sense, and perhaps in every sense, Calyptra's servant. This is known to scholars of the night arts. Something not commonly understood. Were there no Calyptric to conceal perilous knowledge, there could be no Vac. A door opens both ways. This is understood by scholars of the arts unregarded. And finally, what was the thing? The sights we name are rarely named by day. The shapes we seek are rarely sought in clay. The names we claim are often claimed as pay. The shapes that loped beside you in the frost, the scraps you gleaned of call and periost. Once these were answers to what may be lost. All part of the matter we call birdsong. And I noticed with snow stories, right, there's another rhyme. The ability to generate powerful curses since childhood. It's better than Dracula seeing most of Meatloaf's discography. This is the other thing I have stuck in my head. Oh god, hold on. I would do anything for love. But I won't do that. You know, Bat Out of Hell would probably be more appropriate, but the thing is, the chorus of Bat Out of Hell doesn't really have any W sounds, so I can't do the V thing that would indicate Dracula's voice. He also over-enunciates his O's. Ooh. Only some of them, though. again, it's like I can't really imagine Bat Out of Hell with any of that. It would just sound like it honestly, in my head, it goes straight past Dracula and lands on James from Pokemon singing Bat Out of Hell. Like the chorus of Bat Out of Hell is a little bit tricky here because like a bat out of hell, I'll be gone when the morning comes. There's not like the ah sound. The only way I can get that sound into that like lyric, you can enunciate the ah sounds in that, but that just makes you sound like you're a Bostonian. And I think Bostonian Dracula is a far greater curse than anything either of us could come up with. I go for almost a Count Chocula. Boston Dracula is the best. I'm still in that. Yeah, so a little something about me. I've seen a lot of versions of Dracula because I've mentioned before that both of my parents were professors of English before English literature before retiring, and Dracula is one of those things that comes up a lot. So I've seen about 1,000,000 different versions of Dracula. So maybe I'm just under exaggerating Dracula's voice, but my favorite version of him, for the record, is so it's Christopher Lee, but not the Hammer horror Christopher Lee as Dracula. Um, it's in hold on a second. Where is Lee's filmography? Hold on. There it was. 1970. Right, okay. So, specifically, it's the film Count Dracula, also known as Nachts wenn Dracula erwacht in German. Erweckt. All the Draculas have a lot of names because they have to be released in lots of places, and the language gets fucky, especially since there's so many other films with Dracula in the title. Um, it's a direct adaptation of the original novel, directed by Jesus Franco and starring Christopher Lee. Um, oh wow, I had forgotten about some of this casting. Um, Klaus Kinski as Renfield is that's a good one. Kinski played Orlok in the most recent version of Nosferatu. Um, but yeah, there's in Franco's Dracula. Um, there's Christopher Lee does like Christopher Lee really seems in that movie to be kind of trying to make up for all of the terrible schlocky Hammer horror versions of Dracula that he played. Um, and instead he goes for a much more like not necessarily exaggerated, but somewhat more severe and subdued version of the Count that I always love when he's like there's this whole bit where he's talking about himself as it turns out, but in theory he's talking about his ancestors, the Dracula, and their connection to the defense of Transylvania and basically all the Vlad the Impaler stuff, where Lee just sounds both proud and sad that those days of glory are gone. And it's like the most humanized I think I've ever really felt Dracula being. Even in films that try to humanize him more, no amount of melodramatic dead wife longing pasted onto Mina Murray can really match Christopher Lee's portrayal of, despite his immortality, an old man reminiscing on his younger days. Anyway, Snow Stories, right. I was gonna... Much is lost. Still all the winds, still every beating tongue. Now still the mirrored moon, the sea's cauldron. When nothing's left, then nothing is undone. Hushry. That's a bad rhyme. No one pronounces cauldron like that. What about this one? Medusa's riddle first what is not seen. The night, the heart, the moon, the day between. The palest key, the birth-scarred coil queen. This is Birdsong. Oh, fuck yes! Snow Stories is definitely going in Birdsong. Convertizer, what game is this? It looks dumb. Well, it's called Book of Hours, and it's mostly a game about watching timers count down, reading fake occultism, and making various food for other weirdos. And talking about Dracula. Oh, also, Copper. This is a perfect opportunity. Let me bring it up again. At least it isn't some Dollhouse Sim. I've got bad news! It is a Dollhouse Sim! When we last spoke on your stream, Copper, I remember you, we wanted to set things up, but yeah, so there's the Discord link I mentioned. I realize in retrospect that having it say click here to immigrate to Lamia Village might be confusing, but I'm sure that most people get it. Unless you've already come in. Did I miss you coming in? I don't think so. Anyway, go ahead and click on that link and we can chat about the any plans for collaboration. A Twitch DM. Oh, it's expired? Uh-oh. Let me see. Sorry, I didn't even realize I had DMs up there. Is it working, or is it still expired? I could generate a new one. That should have been an eternal link, but... Okay, that one worked? Excellent. Yes, I see you there. Righto. Go on ahead. And I will go ahead and... There you are. All right. Now that's set up. I probably just need to, Yeah, wow, okay. The one in my bio is not functional. I'm gonna need to fix that. Hold on. I'll do it later. No, yeah, I saw. I already gave you a nickname to make it match up in my head. Right. But yeah, okay, we're definitely putting snow stories in Birdsong. Ooh, what about sky stories? What does that one say? Is that another rhyme? I'd love it if it was another rhyme. Yes! Okay. A thief of sights, a scavenger of thrones, a border reaver and a thief of knots, a thief of colors and a thief of bones. This is Birdsong. It's not quite a rhyme, but it is a poem. The pilgrim's intrigue and the grail's scheme, the sun and shadow and the forge unseen, the swan king and the elegabaline. This is Horamakastri. Ah ha ha ha! The swan king and the elegabaline. Even more confirmation that I'm right. Stories doesn't have rhymes. Sand Stories doesn't have rhymes. And of course, Wolf Stories does have rhymes. Or does not have rhymes, I mean. We know what Wolf Stories is. Not sure when I'll get around to streaming this, but I'm looking forward to it. It's really, really good. Now, admittedly, I say that, but also it's the kind of game where you have to enjoy what it's putting forward, which is a lot of role-playing and sitting around. I would characterize this as a role-playing game, but a bit of an odd one that takes the term more literally. It's about playing a role. And yeah, it's interesting. Okay, so Snow Stories is Moon and Winter, which we should be able to get that up real quick, actually. So, like, okay. Exorcist Field Manual. And To a Pale Lady. Then make another Bittersweet Certainty. Toss Quartz in the Ocean. Transfigurations. That should be the next 2 stages right there. I played it and just haven't read it. Right. Gotcha. I misunderstood. No, you're following it on. You found me in the first place, which means you're probably following it on Twitch, which means of course you played it. I suspect that everyone who's following Book of Hours on Twitch has probably played it before. So now, take Snow Stories. Boss and Salt. Use. Along with Wolf Stories. Now. Gonna bring back the salt. Oh shit. I forgot that one's in Kilisimi. Toss that in the ocean. Speaking of which, I should probably do today's scavenging. their intuition. There's De Oris. Okay, it didn't work, but it didn't lose me anything either. Plus Chapped. Plus Arab. And what that means is that we can now use plus Arab along with Surgences, Emergences. The fact that it's raining. And finally, a Spice Scale. Get Brontosaur repeated. Ah! To read this. Throw more quartz into the ocean. I need to feel an overwhelming sense of loss! Peak gameplay. Throw rocks in oceans and wells and fires. Okay. One more time. Journals of Thomas de Wolfe. Centipede. Field manual. And guess what we're doing today? That's right. We are throwing more glass into the ocean. Blackberries. Lovely. Mackerel. Another egg. And phosphorescent scrapings. Fairly ideal, actually. Almost everything that I wanted. These eggs are going to be useful for feeding to snakes and things. Phosphorescent scrapings aren't as useful. I might start throwing these into the sea too. The painter Niels Friedrich Malskeier notoriously attempted a series of paintings based on the torments. By the fifth torment, the demands of the painting had grown so dire that he died of blood loss. The diagrams in this text are thankfully less detailed. The enticements of the Grail outnumber its torments, but its torments are its final nature. Birth is the first torment, and thirst the seventh. Through the enumeration of the Grail's enticements and torments winds the sorrowful history of the witches of the dry land, the ordeal of birth from two wombs, their struggle from and supplication of the Grail, the yearning for union which drives them all. Ah, the twins. And it's an impulse book. With resurgences and emergences. Ooh, a gale day. But on the other hand... Yeah, I think this is the right call. Okay. Got to make dinner and get ready to go live in a few hours. I'll be lurking. I'll try to message you tomorrow so we can set something up for Tabletop Sim. Awesome! Yeah, I should be good tomorrow. Yeah, I don't have anything I'm doing. Looking forward to it. Does everyone need the same mod for Tabletop Sim in order to play together? No. Only the host needs it. Though it's kind of a moot point because when you load into the host's room, Tabletop Sim will download all the files necessary for the mod. One thing to note, by the way, for Tabletop Sim is... I don't mod on PC. So, should clarify, they're called mods because they use the Steam Workshop, but it's not really a mod thing. It's more like you're subscribing to a... Think of them more like DLC. Like, there are actually official DLC that work the same way. They're just different, like, creations people have made on TTS. It's weird. It'll make more sense if you ever end up playing with us. Which, it sounds like a maybe? I would love it if you would, Base. You know, I could have sworn there was like a Heart 2 tool. Hold on. No, just devices. Okay. Let's see if we can manage this. Well, Ragged Crossroads should be the last one. So... that's gonna be, okay. Briared Arab. Contradiction. Salt. 2. Three. 4. Sorry. And should be perfect. Just in case. I'll grab this gem. Memory, art, and soul. Okay. Certainty. That should be all of them since I started at the same time. Ragged Crossroads. Memory. There's Snow Stories done. Medusa's riddle. First, what is not seen? The night, the heart, the moon, the day between. The palest key, the birth-scarred coil queen. This is birdsong. And again, should I make that the... No, I don't want... I've already got Quenchings and Quellings as the top of Preservation. I don't want another Winter skill to be the top of Birdsong as well. winter preserves. Yeah, I know, but... Bird song. The merciful measures of the witch Nin. Water yourself. Also, do you want to see the stupid thing I just edited? Oh no. While this ad break goes, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Oh wait, I can cheat ads and actually like hear the response. Hola. She stepped away, didn't she? SMH.
Alright, I'm back. Lippy, hello. Yes, we would love to see what you've edited.
It's literally just a second. Don't even like pull it up on stream because you'd have to like pull out a source. Here. It took me like 15 minutes to figure out masking Da Vinci to pull this joke off.
Let's see here. Okay.
It is in your DMs.
Yep, let's see here. Media source.
Here, actually, yeah, I'm gonna throw this at you. I wish you had a yeet redeem so I could throw you for these crimes.
I don't know how that works. You know, probably you'll need to help me out with redeems one of these days.
We could figure some other things out, quite frankly. I could probably do a refresher on Trigger Fire. That seems like something you could probably do.
Probably. Hold on a moment. Okay. Okay, I wanted to be impressive and figure out the source right here. But
Souls.
I'm not entirely sure how this works.
Goofus. Just watch it. It's literally a second. And
Yeah,
it took me 15 minutes!
Let's see. I wanted to show it on stream because it's so cool and you're so cool for making it.
Souls.
So, for those who can't see what just happened, a gentleman, put down a gentleman who had the face of that one helmet that the Chosen Undead uses on the box art of Dark Souls 1, places down a soul item on a cutting board next to some cheese and says, "Souls."
It's that video, cheese versus cheese.
I am not familiar with the video.
Oh my god! Remind me at some. I'll see you tomorrow for One Piece. Just remind me of it after.
Okay.
It's part of it. Wait, were you not in the same space of the internet as me back in 2016? Did you ever watch important videos?
Important videos. I mean, I watched some important videos, but I don't know if I watched specifically something called important videos.
Oh my god,
God, 2016. When would that have been? I would have been, that would be 10 years ago. I would have been in college, I think. Yeah, I would have been in college. What the hell did I watch in the first year of college?
Is cheese not in here? Ooh.
I could probably scroll back through my videos to see what I watched back then, but anyway. Nin's stated aim was to keep beyond the walls of sleep that business which should not trouble the world. This includes fever, madness, and delirium, as well as spirits identified as devourers and deceivers. Nin warns against cutting hair, cracking mirrors, spilling blood, or invoking the edicts liminal or inviolable before sleep, for no matter how secure a lock may be, its key will surely open it.
Okay, I just wanted to show that off. But have a good rest of your stream. I need to go to bed because it's ticking under 8 hours just now.
Good night.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Abba. This is about the rock pillow, yeah. Finally, another fucking hindsight book. I sound layered and robotic for some reason? That's weird. Hey, have I sounded okay this stream? Oh. Said I was unlikely to gather much this time of year. Oh well. Serpentinite. Right, rocks again. Oh, that just makes a curious hunch. I can already do that. It says knock. Curious hunch again. Three. That's probably my best bet. "500 miles covered by Count Chocula." Well, I would walk 500 miles, and I would walk 500 more. You know, this isn't cursed, honestly. Like, that actually just kind of works with the song. You know, just so you know, this isn't even my first rodeo with songs changed to vampire stuff. I cut my teeth on Brian David Gilbert's performance of ABBA's "Lay All Your Love on Me" as sung by a vampire, which, for the record, that song kind of already sounds like something a vampire would sing. If you ever listened to "Lay All Your Love on Me," it's... As a wise person once said, I love ABBA because the stakes are extremely high in every song. Gilbert's version just changed the word love to blood. So it's "lay all your blood on me." But, like, even unchanged, if you're not familiar... Don't go sharing your emotion. Lay all... No, sorry. Don't go wasting your emotion. Lay all your love on me. Don't go sharing your devotion. Lay all your love on me. Except when ABBA does it, there's an orchestra going fucking crazy behind all of it. There's also Total Eclipse of the Heart, which you don't need to change a goddamn thing about Total Eclipse of the Heart. that song was explicitly written with the assumption that the singer was a vampire. And I don't even need to, like, claim that that's, you know, that my headcanon is real, because that's something that the creator of the song said. And I need you now tonight, and I need you more than ever, and if you only hold me tight, we'll be holding on forever, and we'll only be making it right, 'cause we'll never be wrong. Together we can make it to the end of the line. Your love is like a shadow on me all of the time. Ah, shit. What was the next bit? I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. We're living in a powder keg and giving off sparks. I really need you tonight. Forever's gonna start tonight. Forever's gonna start tune. Once upon a time I was falling in love. Now I'm only falling apart. There's nothing I can say, a total eclipse of the heart. Fuck yes. Ben Shapiro every time we touch. Okay, die. God, you have no idea what you just reminded me of, because I've seen that there's a running joke in some of the circles that I'm in, where anytime someone, like, posts a sentence that starts with the phrase every time, people, that vaguely fits into the meter, people follow it up with the next bit of the song. So you'll see someone say, every time I sneeze, my ribs start aching. And someone will chime in, and every time we kiss, I swear I could fly. Cause every time I sneeze, my ribs start aching, and every time we kiss, I swear I could fly. Hypothetically, that would make my heart beat fast. Therefore, I would want this to last. Gotta admit, I don't have a good voice in my head for Ben Shapiro either, but instead of that being because I engage too much with the source material, it's because I don't pay attention to that cockroach at all. Evangeline, hi! What the fuck? I forgot about my Ender Discord soundboard. You dork! Bonking you. God, I'm getting a lot of Gull's eggs. Evangeline. You don't need to jump scare me every stream, but I appreciate it. Again? Okay. Double package, I guess. Why? Why did you want me to put Ericopian and a Quenchings and Quellings lesson in there? tier unlimited. Nice. Always give a kiss, nerd. Now back into the darkness for me. Okay, have a good night. Yeah. At this point, I'm just kind of idly cooking in preparation for maybe a future salon, but who knows. What do I do with an acrid marrow? Oh! Apparently I can stuff any kind of marrow. Oh, it's hailing. The sevenfold slaying of the seven coiled. That's a caller's desk kind of book. Right. Forbidden Epic plus I am using the knife already. But I'm almost done. This was not a marrow conducive to harmony. Now it's a dish for warriors! Incredible. Epic. Upgraded Arab. Disciplines of the Hammer. And a knife. Hello? There we go. The other one will go fine. This one... Oh, I might need a memory. Hold on. Okay, there's 2 weather. And stuff, also things. Let's see. No, that's not a thing. Aha! A saw. The Sevenfold Slaying of the Seven-Coiled, an account of the destruction of a primeval hour, a god who was stone. There are 12 verses. In the first, an ascendant hour identified as the Scarred One enumerates his justifications for destroying the Seven-Coiled. Its appetites, its growth, its enmity to humanity. In the second, a priestess puts out his eyes and scars his skin to protect him against the Seven-Coiled's magics. In each of the next 7 verses, he destroys one aspect of the Seven-Coiled. In the 10th verse, the Scarred One bathes his priestess patron in the blood of the Seven-Coiled to lend her power. In the 11th, they assault the temple behind the world, entering it by force. In the 12th, they swear a tripartite oath to protect their ancestors, their descendants, and themselves. Interesting. That's a fear book. The Deeds of the Scarred Captain, painstakingly assembled by the Soldier of Fortune and sometime remittance man, Pavel Shulga during his years in Greece. An account of the founding of Mycenae by a scarred captain who first slew 7 monsters to make the land safe. As the captain destroys each monster, a flood of blood rises higher until at last a priestess drowns and is reborn as a serpent goddess. She blesses the captain and he departs for the house above the forest, leaving Mycenae to reign supreme after the flood of blood subsides. Interesting. One thing that always has struck me, right, is that out of all of the gods who were stone, what makes the Seven-Coiled so special? I mean, obviously, Snake is the answer, but more broadly speaking, right, they all represent primeval ideas in some way. The flint being subverted by the forge makes sense. We got better at crafting effectively. The Grail swallowed the tide as we moved past the need for basic survival and onto what you might call desire. It's just the hierarchy of needs. Basically, once you've handled base survival, you start getting into the more complicated stuff. The Seven-Coiled was a god of mercy and by that nature loopholes. Interesting. Okay. So I see. So the thing that's so special about the Seven-Coiled is that because it was scale and knock, effectively, it basically paved a way for humanity to enter the house. It's another situation like Vac, where it sort of pierced the veil. I also think it's interesting that the Scarred Captain slew 7 monsters to make the land safe, as it's mentioned here. But that suggests they were separate. 7 separate monsters. And then there's also the whole thing about the aspects of the Seven-Coiled. I wonder if the Seven-Coiled, instead of being a singular being, was actually split between multiple bodies, in a way. That would make a decent amount of sense. And, like, I think it has to be more than the Seven-Coiled having names. I think straight up, Seven-Coiled has multiple bodies. And this has some interesting overlap with stuff like the Labors of Hercules and the slaying of the Lernaean Hydra. Temple depicts it as one big serpent. Yeah, but can't both things be true? It was one being that was also several beings. Ours are weird like that. Another fear book. Okay. There's something I need to do. Alright, fear overflow shelf. And these guys are going to go up to where the bloodlines used to be as a new shelf for uncategorized books. Maybe it was destroyed by destroying its names. Also, that is just a depiction. The lantern is not a light in the light and so on. Yeah, no, makes sense. I'm just wondering, like, it's less that I think that, oh, this is definitely true. It's more like, if the Seven-Coiled had 7 bodies, what would that mean? What's so important about the number 7 here? Now, if you asked me this in the Fallen London setting, I would know immediately what to say about the importance of the number 7, but here I'm not so sure. Most hours have 7 names. Really? Okay, that's new information to me. The ratio of long to no is times 7. Okay. Number of names an hour has is up for debate. True. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can do this. Okay. So this is a thing I mentioned last time. This is a really cool thing I found out about called language crafting. Basically, by crafting at a desk and using one of the memory crafting things, in this case, the recipe for an invincible audacity, you can slot in a book that requires a language which allows you to use that language's aspects. Which means that with Disciplines of the Hammer, Hyksos, and nothing but Arab and a winning move, no other materials, I can just kind of make invincible audacities. Oh, it's a stormy day. Does that give me anything decent? Not really. on, that works. 1 second, let me do something real quick. Denzel ushers me silently from the room while he does his work. I do not hear the sound of his hammer. Perhaps he only keeps a secret cache of Spintria. But when he comes out to hand me the coins, they are almost too hot to touch. Alright. Thank you, Denzel. Now. Need a workbench. Oh, I need 2 ductile items. Oh, that's getting a little bit expensive. But what the hey. I've got tons of Spintria. It would be wildly illegal to do this to Coin of the Realm, but Spintria are most definitely not Coin of the Realm. Takes metal or materials, as well as sky. Wait, hold on. Go Scry Workbench. That's the one. Okay. No. Oh, come on. Really? Okay. Apparently not. Nothing has sky and takes metal. Okay. Okay. There's got to be a way to do this recipe, or else it wouldn't exist. But how the hell are you supposed to do it? Clockworks and clockworks. Using its sky aspect. Guess there's something we could put in that uses metal. That doesn't even work. What the hell? No, wait, that's stone. Right. What even uses metal? Will this work? Oh my god, this might actually work. Can't get Faust in there. I'm really close to this working. Any of these things that I can get have like 4 sky. No, that's a bit unreasonable. I suppose the next best way to do it would probably be take the storm. Ascendant Harmony. Ascendant Harmony is just as good as the Storm, but hell did I do this before? Oh, right, it was probably the workbench. Okay. Ascend in Harmony. Fife. Fast. Apparently I can still use this feather. Oh ho! This is a new one. Didymos. The dream of a star is not apparent to the human eye, but its presence, once felt, could not be mistaken for anything else. No star is permitted upon Earth, but we may cozen them to dream of us, and the dream of a star may take a kind of form, which we call Didymos. Thomas DeWolf. Interesting. Stars, I've noticed, like, stars in space, they don't seem to have a massive presence in the Secret Histories universe, which I think is notable because of how important they are in the Fallen London Sunless Sea universe. Now, Lockworks and Clockworks with Didymos and Silver Wire. And literally any source of sky. We'll use Baron Silence's Astrolabe. Makes a Chronsicord! Turns out this is an alternate crafting method for a Chronsicord where you can make it out of silver wire instead of out of Gervanite. Oh fuck! Oh god, no! Oh! Oh, I am so fucked! I didn't think Numa would come this soon. I literally just entreated it like 2 seasons ago. Okay. I'm gonna deal with this Numa and then we're gonna end the stream because this is always stressful as fuck. Okay. We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. 11 lessons to go through. Is that even possible? Is that actually possible? Just barely. But I would have to get started immediately and make 0 mistakes. Each day is about 6 minutes. Each lesson takes about 30 seconds. Okay. charge right away, we can get started with Magafiend Mysteries. We will use... Sharps. For that. I just fucked that up. I put in 2 lessons. That was wasteful. Well, that technically does make things easier. I'm not planning on doing that, but fucking hell. Okay. Well, in that case, I'll use the Fog and the Wormwood Dream with Edict's Marshal to get Magafiends up to 3. Then I'll have 8, which is more doable. So, next up, Disciplines of the Scar. Probably we just use that on itself, really. Right. Lesson 1 of Numa. Always use your maladies first and foremost. Circling Tantra for fear. I'm already using the Shellcrossed Whist. So for over here, I'll leave that open for when that finishes. But I'm gonna use Faust and grab a Contradiction. Then Lantern for the other 2, probably. Shapt for Bancroft Diaries. Shapt again for Revelation. Okay. Health will be gathering as usual. I think aliens have the same hours in the Mansis. Are any factions like Yeast aliens? Considering timescales are different on different planets, I don't think they could have the same hours. The only time we've heard of hours going outside of Earth is the whole thing with the comets and Thomas DeWolf, which I don't know how... That might not actually mean that they're comets out in space. They might be doing something else. Also, space might not even exist. I wonder if stars are... I wonder if it's like an Elder Scrolls sort of situation where stars are outside of the Earth, but that doesn't mean that space necessarily exists. They're just, imagine Earth is a sphere with the sky being the, essentially the outer edge of that sphere. And stars are, like, right on that film. Right there. Like a firmament theory. Yeah, exactly. I wonder if that might be it. Alrighty, and, Numa 2. I could get more Pyrus or Calcinus, but that's a secondary priority since I can get that at other times as well. Same with Agave Eterna. are some additional Numa plants here that I'm going to pick up. Send down for some mist-kissed water. Sea stories. Hill and Hollow. And I think we discovered that, like, you don't really get anything super special for these spots in Numa, so I'm just gonna do these ones. Alright. Hopefully I can get 2 rotations. Anywho. Foresight and Revelation. Right, yeah. Contradiction. And right, fear. Toss some bitter black salts into the ocean. And I think that if I toss something into the fireplace... That'll probably do something too. Right. What else? Desires and dissolutions. Okay. Holler's desk. Carriage and portal in for gossip. What else gives us Grail? Grail, Grail, Grail. Huh. Okay. Grail. Extra Grail things. Wait, no, it doesn't just need to be Grail. I always forget this. It can do Moon as well. So all I have to do then is Book of the Centipede. I think that's every desk in the house. Numa room. Aunt Mopsy! Collector of proverbs, connoisseur of wines, herald of the hour called Mare in the Tree. Hi, Auntie! Matter of the Midnight Twin. You don't need to invite me in, dear. Someone else already has. Ominous, but I'm glad you're here. When I know what we're looking for, I'll know what I've seen. Could you help with that, dear? Okay. Seeds grow best in darkness. Flowers grow best in sunlight. If the moon's the fruit of night, why does it always wither? Shadow, hello! Welcome, welcome. Well, if you're asking about why the moon withers, here's the deaths of the moon. You can't read Kilisimi! Okay, fine. If you can't read the literal book that is exactly about the thing that you're trying to learn, I'm just gonna hand you a bunch of Bancroft's letters to Ava DeWolf and hope that it helps you out. How has your evening been going? My evening's been going quite well. Yes, dear. Without all those gods in darkness, I don't imagine we'd see much sun anywhere below eternity. Sleep softly. Loss, and yep, sight. I was wondering if there was a way I could get access to sight without having to free up my my study verb for it. Magaphine Mysteries. Now. Did I ever get Ericapian? Yes, I have it now! A language of surpassing beauty and elusiveness revealed through the ecstatic apprehensions of the Orphics, the Eleusinians, and the Sibyls of the Rhine. Ericapian, these mystics claimed, allows the elaboration of hues, sensations, and states of mind too subtle for grosser tongues. Okay. Edicts Marshal. Trist and... we'll use the Numa broom here. I am still working on the lighthouse. There's not much I can do to speed that up, because regardless of how much I can speed up incidents at this point, there's still always at least a 2-season gap between each incident, because on off years you just get a general consultation visitor instead of getting a new incident. And I have no control over which incidents I get, so it's gonna take a while. Alright, now. Disciplines of the Scar. Save foresight and contradiction. How many remain have already been done. We finished, we have Strathcoin finished, and we have, Morgan finished. We now have met everyone I think we need to. I'll go over the plan in a moment. Hold on, let me just activate this. So the plan is Strathcoin Treasurer, Fekri Salvant, probably Moore is Vigilant, Peel is Enigmatic. They list Dr. Southey as a possibility, but getting her to be your secretary enigmatic is honestly really tricky because of how many stories in which she just straight up vanishes from the game. Secretary Nunciant, we're planning on going with probably Dr. Blackwood, although I might consider... No, wait, it was definitely Blackwood. We definitely want Dr. Blackwood, because we have that all ready and planned out as soon as we get the ability to do the thing. And Secretary Persistent is Morgan. So we're almost there with Blackwood. We're there with Strathcoin. We're there with Morgan. And then we want Peel and Heal, Fekri, and more. And them we haven't really started with yet. Mostly because we're just waiting for the right further stories for them to be inspired by something. Ah. Okay. Yes, hello. But yeah, basically that's our situation. Right now I'm just dealing with a Numa that caught me off guard. Oh no. Okay, that was bad. Shouldn't have unpaused there. Okay, I need to figure out what's next. Okay. We can get more of those. It can always be fun. Yeah, fun. Let's see. I am once again going to... I'm not using granite slabs for anything. Throw that into the fireplace. And... yes, I am working with metal. I can make Catmink like crazy. Yeah. Now for winter stuff. It's purifications, calcinations, or inks of containment. They both work. Got a wormwood dream, so we can kind of skip that part potentially, but I want to be careful, so. Hindsight. Next morning still counts as new mate. Ooh, interesting. Regret. And I can get loss again. And I'll start crafting yet another bittersweet certainty. can start the work before you get the weather card. Neat. I see. Then... I'll also grab a confounding parable. Some salt. Right, Deaths of the Moon is in Kilisimi. Not entirely sure if I need it, but I'm just gonna keep as many desks running as I can. Oh shit, right, cuckoo honey. I almost fucking forgot. Yeah, okay. Regular honey work for the mead, or does it have to be cuckoo? There's a number of, I don't know if it's the mead, but there's a number of cooking recipes that specifically want cuckoo honey. Okay. Okay. I think that we're okay. We got an earth sign. That's not super useful. Let's bring sand. Yeah. Agaloftus. More. Moly. Moly again. And the mist-kissed water. Yeah, give the pears out for so early for so little cost. Yeah, that is true. I do like that. It's like a very nice way for you to get easy Pyrrhus Orichalcunus. Mist Kiss particularly good for parties. Let me see, actually. Winter Moon Knock Heart. It's alright. I'm gonna want to save those for when this gets complicated. There's the Kronsgord we started yesterday. We have access once again to our Shell-Crossed Whist. Good Moon Drink or a Last-Ditch Knock Drink if I miscalculated. That's fair enough. If you miscalculated? Eh? Okay. Foresight. Salt. Certainty. Stolen Secret. Terrible. Revelation. Hindsight. And regret. Oh boy. This is a lot. Okay. Disciplines of the Scar. And we're going to be using... Probably get some sleep. Good night. Good night, Shadow. Alright, there's that one. Going to be Disciplines of the Scar up to level 6, which means okay. toss another thing in the ocean. Quartz. And need to toss another thing in the fire as well. That'll take care of 2 of what we need right away. Next up, 4 more things, I think. Not 4 more. What? No, yeah, 4 more. We've got 2 of those we can take care of with our Western Griard Arab to Riddle lighten the inkwell. And to a pale lady. Wait, no, that's not right. That is incorrect. Not what I want to do. No, come on. This fucking spaghetti code-ass game. What I wanted was foresight. Vincent's Minglings. Dealing with job. Luckily, not much is happening right now. I'm just kind of mathing things out. Four. I did do a salon recently, which is part of the reason why I'm dealing with all this. We're currently in Numa. And I am scrambling to get this all done. Fear and a contradiction will be the last 2. Those, and then we're gonna need like should have done this ages ago, but bed rest. Boss and Sight are back. Okay, nope, just regular honey. Let's try that again. Okay, Discipline to the Scar 6. Okay. I need like one more edge or lantern thing. Okay. Living Relic collection is sublime. Yeah! Yeah, it is. Okay. Putrefactions, calcinations. That's quenchings and quellings. Plus these 4. Hindsight, loss, regret, and salt. Okay. We're gonna put weaving and not working here. Cut a thread and the tapestry must be healed. Bosk renews the weave. Then we're gonna hope this works. Okay, I'll need to save one whist for quenchings and quellings. Trying to get another Arab. And I need to save one core. Everything else I can use. It's scary to do this, but I can use one of my 2 whists that I need. In order to read Assault Book. I can use the Natan desk for I already have that. I want Book of the Centipede. These ones will finish 0.2 seconds before that, so I'll be able to see what I can do with a little bit of time to spare. A wind rumor. I don't think that'll help me all that much, but thanks. Ambergris, no. Slim pickings, this Numa. Inflation. Fear. Contradiction. Oh no. I forgot. I'm tossing the ambergris back in. I don't give a shit. Forgot about walls. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hi, I'm making this drive-by to say that Viking's cool.
Meh. This is wasting 10 seconds. Will I be okay? I think I'm okay. to wait 10 seconds in between. Okay. Let's not make that mistake again. I think he might have still been in banana mode.
Check 1 2. Testing for banana.
Oh, nope, you were in snake mode.
Sweet.
Fuck it, beeswax. I'm throwing beeswax in the fire. I no longer give a shit. Hate to do this, but I'm gonna use a health to get back some winter stuff. That's a rec book. And over here would be a hindsight book. And we're already getting salt. We're pretty much gonna have to get another one. Okay. I'm winging it. I think I have enough. Intuition. Shaft is back. Salt. Towards cleansing. Okay. Resurgences and emergencies lesson. Got my moon stuff. And I'm using the Wormwood Dream. Cuckoo honey! Yes! In Numa... In the Blomberand were rogues and trickster heroes among the Carapace kinds. Ingenious, brave, prolific, untrustworthy. In Numa, their children might yet bring their gifts to ordinary hives. Okay. Now, we take desires and dissolutions. Boundaries between flesh, pearl, and pleasure are equally contingent. If we put it in Horamakistry, what begins in light may end in flesh. Without distinction in perception, pleasure cannot be distinguished from pain. These traditions are Horamakistry. Fucking nerds. Red the dawn and black the night and white what's left. Above we see, beneath we know. Bosk. Okay. Heading to a wizard tower, about to diss some illusions. Good luck! You know what? 6 is fine. Disciplines of the Hammer we're switching over to. No, we can't. We can't. Shit. Shit. Okay. How do I do this? How do I handle this? I don't have the time. Lantern, edge, lantern, edge. Hindsight, Salt. Beguiling Melody. Regret. Okay. None of those work for us, but if I can buy enough time, and I think I can, to just get a revelation. Lighten the inkwell. And you know what? For good measure, we're grabbing Foresight as well. Because it's free. Now. Beguiling Melody, no longer useful. Could put it on Putrefactions and Calcinations, but honestly at this point, Inks of Containment. That's Twist. Oh god, we used the Bittersweet Certainty. Okay, thank fuck. I went with 2. Alright, what are the last few things I can do in Numa? I can draw up water from the well. And I can, I can try the ocean one more time. And you know what? Just for good luck, quenchings and quellings. Don't have anything to do with Chapter Era, but that's fine. That's okay. Seconds. I think I'm done. I think I've made it. Disciplines of the Scar. Did its lesson. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and Arab. We are finishing this off with 3 memories that are going to vanish, but we got all of these during Numa. It sucks that we're going to lose the Earth Sign, but we can get Earth Signs whenever we want. Hey, Cuckoo Honey again! All we have left is that shaft that we reused. Oh, huh! No, wait, we actually kept the Earth Sign. I guess it's only last season stuff that vanishes. Okay, what we're gonna do is make one more go at a bunch of stuff in Numa. Just for the sake of it. Alright, here we go. Slowly. And that one other plant. Okay, that should be all of the special Numa things that we can do. I mean, technically we could grab more Agave Eterna, but it's just the same thing as in summer. I guess whatever, I'll take some. More plentiful. And Disciplines of the Scar 8. You know, it occurs to me that I don't actually know why I did this for Disciplines of the Scar beyond just being incredibly unwilling to waste any of the lessons. I mean, I guess we can put it into Illumination or Hushery at level 8 once we get there. Ah. Okay, it's winter now. Bring sand. Water. What is the affair of the Rising While? Across the inner sea, across the desert sands, someone styling herself the Oracle of the Rising While has set up a tent town where she preaches the truth of nearly now to her followers. This would be of no obvious interest to the students of the Invisible Arts, except that although she has pitched her tents in the shadow of the Temple of Seven Coils, nothing appears to have eaten anyone. Okay. So like I said, we're done. Yeah, stream is coming to an end. Mainly because I am fucking exhausted after that Numa. No, this is not happening. Oh, holy shit! I've got nine viewers. That's actually, I think, a record for the Book of Hours streams. I'm just gonna drop the Discord link once again if anyone's interested. And we're gonna save. That's not the save button. We're gonna look and see what our last stream save was. It was number 12, so we're on 13. Caps lock is on. Can you hear how tired I am, by the way? Oh, caps lock was on when I typed Discord as well. Lively snake. Yay! You can't see me, but I've got my, like, fist held up in the air. I need to, in some order, I don't know which, collapse on the couch, eat an apple, finish off my water. That's actually going to be first. I'm going to finish off my water first before anything else. Get some more water. Eat an apple, collapse on the couch. Maybe drink some more tea, though it might be too late for that. I want to go to bed on time after all. And my brain is so checked out after that Numa that I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Oops, spilled some water. Okay. Oracle of the Rising While next time, I guess. We're gonna raid Carpe, because Carpe is a cool dinosaur. And, yeah, that's about it. Thank you all so much for coming, everybody. I am very happy to have you all here watching me get mentally exhausted at a game that is primarily about reading, moving around books, and cooking. You also have a good night. Hopefully I can type the raid command. Copper. No, it's not capitalized. Copper dinosaur. Good night, everybody. Thank you all so much for coming once again. I love all of you. Bye-bye. And... wait. I didn't... It's not exclamation mark raid, it's slash raid. Slash raid Copper Dinosaur. Thank you all for coming, everyone. Have a good night. Have a good snipe. May your scales always be nicely polished. And your molted skin leaving no scraps left over. I'm out of here. Have a good night. Let's go raid Copper Dinosaur, who is playing Sunless Skies once again. Bye-bye.